Hello, my name is Cedric. Welcome back to the SleepStory Collective. I am very glad you are here tonight. Wherever the evening has found you, whether the room around you is still busy with the last traces of the day, or already quiet and dim, you are welcome here. You do not need to arrive perfectly calm. You do not need to feel ready for sleep straight away. You do not need to clear your mind by force or solve anything before rest is allowed to begin. You have made it here. That is enough for now. Tonight, we are going to move slowly. We are going to leave the harder edges of the day behind us, not by pushing them away, but by letting them grow less important. Like a lantern seen from far down a lane, still there perhaps, but softer now, smaller now, no longer asking so much from you. From whatever corner of the world you are settling into right now, welcome. We are glad you are here. And if this kind of story ever finds its way to someone who needed a gentler night, it is often because someone left a quiet sign behind. A like, a kind word, a small trace that helped the story travel onward. For now, there is nothing you need to do with that thought. Let it pass gently. Let everything become simpler. Take a slow breath in. Not a perfect breath, just an honest one. Let it arrive in its own time. And let it leave again, as if the body already knows the way. Again, breathing in softly. Let the shoulders know they do not have to hold the whole day anymore. Breathing out. Let the jaw loosen. Let the tongue rest. Let the space between the eyebrows smooth itself, even a little. And once more, a quiet breath in, a quieter breath out. Nothing sharp is coming. Nothing urgent is waiting inside this story. Only a path, only a wood, only a gentle light placed exactly where it is needed. Let your eyes rest, whether they are closed already or simply growing heavy. Let the muscles around the eyes soften, those small, faithful muscles that have spent the day looking, reading, noticing, watching, measuring, remembering. Let them be off duty now. Let the forehead become smooth. Let the cheeks become still. Let the mouth be easy. There is no expression you need to hold. There is no version of yourself you need to perform. Not here. Not tonight. Let the neck release its careful effort. Let the shoulders drop by a fraction. Only a fraction is enough. Let the arms rest where they are, heavy or light, warm or cool, still or settling. Let the hands uncurl in their own way. Hands do so much. They carry, type, clean, cook, hold, reach, lift, fix, comfort, search, and sort. Tonight, they can simply be hands. Quiet hands, resting hands, hands with nothing more to prove. Let the chest soften around the breath. Let the ribs move as much or as little as they wish. Let the belly be unguarded. Let the back be supported by the bed, by the chair, by the room, by this moment that asks nothing more of you. Let the hips become heavy. Let the legs release their traveling. Let the knees, the calves, the ankles, and the feet settle into stillness. Your body does not have to be asleep yet. It only has to be allowed to begin. And while the body begins to rest, let the mind begin to loosen its grip. If thoughts come, they can come. If memories pass through, they can pass through. If some small concern tries to lift its head, it does not need to be wrestled down. You can simply let it stand at the edge of the path. You can let the story walk past it. You can let the lantern light fall softly over it and keep going. Tonight's story takes us to a fairy tale wood beneath a pale and patient moon. Not a dark wood, not a frightening wood, a silver wood. A place where the leaves hold moonlight the way glass holds water. A place where the roots grow slowly around old stones. A place where small lanterns hang from low branches, each one waiting to be woken with a flame no larger than a star. There are mossy paths there. There are quiet bridges. There are old wooden signs carved in a hand so careful that even the letters seem restful. There are inns with warm windows and blue smoke curling from chimneys. There are hidden gardens behind pearl-colored gates. There are little bells tied with ribbon to the antlers of sleeping deer, though they never ring unless someone truly needs guidance. And deep within that gentle wood, there is a girl who knows every path by heart. She does not hurry. She does not shout. She does not command the forest. She simply walks with her lantern pole at dusk, touching flame to wick, flame to wick, flame to wick, until the whole silver wood remembers how to glow. And tonight, when the day has finally loosened its hold on you, we will follow her. Not because we are lost, but because it is restful to be guided. Because sometimes the kindest thing in the world is a path already lit. Tonight's story is called The Girl Who Lit the Path Through the Silver Wood. The first lantern was always lit before sunset had fully left the sky. That was the old custom of the silver wood. Long before the moon climbed above the birch tops, long before the owls opened their amber eyes, long before the inns placed their candles in the windows and the kitchen fires were banked low for the night. One lantern was lit at the edge of the eastern path. Just one. A small, steady flame inside a glass case shaped like a pear. The lantern hung from a crooked branch beside a wooden sign that read, in smooth, carved letters, "This way is gentle." And every evening, without fail, a girl named Calla came to light it. Calla was not a princess, though some travelers mistook her for one. It was easy to see why. She wore a cloak of soft grey wool fastened with a silver clasp. Her boots were made from brown leather, polished by years of walking. Her hair was tied back with a narrow ribbon the colour of dusk, and when she moved through the trees, the forest seemed to notice. Leaves turned slightly towards her. Moss brightened under her step. The old signposts seemed to stand a little straighter. But Calla belonged to no palace. She belonged to the path. She belonged to the hour between evening and night. She belonged to the small work of making sure that anyone who entered the Silver Wood after dusk would not have to walk in uncertainty. Her cottage stood at the very edge of the trees, where the last meadow grass leaned into the first silver roots. It had a roof of green slate and a chimney that always smelled faintly of cedar smoke. Beside the door was a bench, and beneath the bench were 3 pairs of boots. One for dry nights, one for rainy nights, and one lined with lamb's wool for the deep winter evenings when frost turned every branch into a little white harp. On the wall inside her cottage hung rows of keys, though most of them opened nothing anymore. Old gate keys, inn keys, garden keys, tiny brass keys that once belonged to traveling trunks, wide iron keys from watchtowers that had long ago become homes for swallows. Calla kept them because the wood liked old things to be remembered, and because, once in a while, very rarely, a forgotten key would begin to warm in the night, and then she would know that somewhere a little door had decided it was ready to open again. But on this evening, no key had warmed, no bell had rung, no map had unfolded itself on the table. It was simply time to light the path, and that was enough. Calla stood in her small kitchen, pouring warm honey tea into a lidded cup. The kitchen was tidy in the way of a room that had been loved for many years. There were dried lavender bundles tied above the hearth. There were blue bowls stacked on a shelf. There was a round loaf cooling beneath a linen cloth. There was a little dish of sugared almonds, kept for any traveler who arrived with tired eyes and no appetite for anything larger. The window above the sink looked out into the first trees. Their pale trunks glimmered softly in the falling light. Silver birches, moon ash, white hazel, and the rare glass leaf trees that only grew in that wood and nowhere else in the kingdom. Their leaves were thin and translucent, with veins like threads of pearl. During the day, they looked almost ordinary, but at dusk, when the sky turned from blue to lavender, each leaf gathered a little of the fading light and held it. Not brightly, not dramatically, just enough to make the whole forest seem as though it were remembering a dream. Calla wrapped both hands around the cup for a moment. She liked this small pause before leaving. The tea, the quiet room, the smell of honey, the way the cottage seemed to breathe with her. There was no hurry. There had never been any hurry in the Silverwood. The lanterns did not demand to be lit. The paths did not vanish if she was a minute late. The forest was old enough to understand patience. Still, Calla loved the ritual of beginning on time, not because time was strict, but because consistency was kind. The first lantern before sunset, the bridge lanterns before moonrise, the inn lamps before the first traveler reached the bend, the deep path lanterns before full dark. One by one, step by step, light by light. She placed the cup in a padded pocket sewn inside her cloak. Then she lifted her lantern pole from its hook beside the door. The pole was made of polished rowan wood, light but strong, with a little brass hook at the end. At her belt, she carried a small flame keeper. It looked like a round silver box, no larger than an apple. Inside it lived a flame that had never gone out. Not in rain, not in snow, not in wind. It had been passed down from pathlighter to pathlighter for more than 300 years. Calla had received it from her grandmother, who had received it from her uncle, who had received it from a woman called Erindel, whose portrait still hung in the lantern hall at the center of the wood. Nobody knew who had lit the flame first. Some said it came from the moon. Some said it came from the hearth of the first inn. Some said it was made from the warm breath of every traveler who had ever whispered, "Thank you," upon finding the way. Calla did not need to know. She only needed to carry it carefully. She stepped outside and closed the cottage door behind her. The latch made a soft, wooden sound. The meadow was cool. The sky above the western hills still held a band of rose gold, slowly fading into blue. A single blackbird sang from the hedge, not loudly, but with the tender seriousness of one finishing the day properly. Beyond the meadow, the silver wood waited. It did not loom, it did not crowd. It stood in calm welcome, each pale trunk holding stillness, each leaf catching the last of the light. Calla crossed the grass and reached the first lantern. The pear-shaped glass was clean, though she wiped it anyway with the cloth from her pocket. This, too, was part of the ritual. The flame mattered, but so did the glass. Light should be able to pass through without struggling. She opened the flame keeper. A warm, golden glow rose from inside. The little flame leaned towards the lantern wick, as if greeting an old friend. Calla touched flame to wick. The lantern came alive. A small circle of honey-colored light spread over the sign, the path, and the low ferns nearby. "This way is gentle." The letters looked warmer now, truer now. Calla smiled. Then she turned towards the trees and began her evening walk. The path into the silver wood was wide at first, wide enough for a cart, wide enough for two friends to walk side by side, wide enough for someone tired to feel that the world was not narrowing around them. On either side, the ferns grew thick and soft, their curled tips silvered by dew. There were bluebells in spring, woodruff in summer, copper mushrooms in autumn, and in winter, little clusters of snowberries that glowed faintly under the moon. Tonight, it was late spring. The air had the green, breathing scent of leaves, still young enough to seem surprised by their own unfolding. Somewhere deeper in the wood, water moved over stones. The sound came and went as Calla walked. A hush, a ripple, a hush again. The second lantern hung from an archway made by two leaning birch trees. Calla lifted her pole, drew the lantern gently down to her hand, cleaned the glass, opened the little door, and lit the wick. There, a soft flame. Another circle of gold. The silver leaves above it took on a warmer edge. The path behind her no longer looked like a way into darkness. It looked like a way into evening. That was the difference, and Calla loved the difference. The third lantern stood beside a stone carved with an old map of the wood. The map had no measurements, no stern lines, no warnings, only gentle shapes. The Willow Bend, the Honey Inn, the Bridge of 3 Ribbons, the Lantern Hall, the Court of Sleeping Roses, the Moonwell, the Westward Orchard, the little gate that opens only when asked kindly. Visitors often stopped at this stone, trying to understand the roots. Calla always hoped they would not try too hard. The map was not meant to be mastered. It was meant to reassure. Wherever you walked, there would be a path. Wherever the path turned, there would be a sign. Wherever the sign faded, there would be a lantern. And wherever the lanterns led, someone had been there before you, making sure the way was kind. She lit the lantern beside the map. Its light slid over the carved names: the Willow Bend, the Honey Inn, the Bridge of 3 Ribbons. The words seemed to settle, as if each place, hearing itself named in light, remembered its duty for the night. Calla walked on. She did not walk quickly. There was a rhythm to her work. Step, pause, lift, clean, light, lower, look, listen, then on again. Sometimes she hummed, but tonight she did not. Tonight the wood was humming for her. Not in a sound exactly, more like a feeling beneath sound. The low murmur of leaves, the soft weight of moss, the distant stream, the first owl, the little creak of lantern chains as the evening cooled. It was enough, more than enough. After a while, the path narrowed, not in an uncomfortable way, only in the way paths do when they enter places that prefer quiet. The trees grew closer here, their branches touching overhead. Between them, the sky appeared in long, silver pieces. Calla reached the first resting niche. Every main path in the Silverwood had resting niches, small half-circles cut into the trees and lined with smooth stone. Each one held a bench, a hook for a traveler's cloak, and a covered basket that was refilled every morning by the keepers of the Honey Inn. Inside the basket were simple things: a folded napkin, a small bottle of water, a slice of seed cake wrapped in paper, a square of dark chocolate, and sometimes, if the innkeeper had been awake early enough, a tiny jar of pear jam with a green ribbon round the lid. No one was asked to pay. No one was asked to explain why they needed to sit. The benches were simply there, because even in a fairy tale wood, perhaps especially there, people needed somewhere to pause. Calla checked the basket. Everything was in place. She brushed a few fallen leaves from the bench. Then she lit the lantern above it. The flame glowed through blue glass this time, turning the resting niche into a little pool of twilight. Blue lanterns meant rest here. Gold lanterns meant path continues. Green lanterns meant garden nearby. White lanterns meant water. Rose lanterns meant inn or shelter. And silver lanterns, rarest of all, meant listen. Not because there was danger, never that, but because some places in the wood had something quiet to say. Calla stood for a moment under the blue lantern. The bench looked inviting. The basket looked ready. The whole little niche seemed to say, gently, "You may stop here if you need to." She thought of all the people who might sit there before morning, a mother traveling after a long visit to her grown daughter in the next village, a young baker carrying a bundle of recipes tied with string, a widower who liked to walk the wood at night because the lanterns reminded him of the lamps his wife used to light in their kitchen window, a child with a sleepy face carried in a shawl, too tired even to know how safe they were, and perhaps someone like you, someone who had carried a great deal through the day, someone who did not need drama, someone who only needed a place where the path was clear, the air was soft, and nothing asked them to be stronger than they were. Calla touched the bench once with her fingertips, as if blessing its quiet purpose. Then she continued. The next part of the path curved towards the willow bend. Here the trees changed. The silver birches gave way to long willow branches that hung in pale curtains over a slow stream. At night, the stream looked dark at first glance, but when the lanterns were lit, it revealed itself to be clear. Clear enough to see smooth stones beneath. Clear enough to see tiny silver fish resting in the shallows, their fins moving just enough to keep them in place. Calla liked this part of the walk. The willow bend had its own kind of silence. Not empty, not lonely. A silence full of soft movement. Water folding around stone. Leaves brushing leaves. A heron shifting its weight on one leg. The small sound of Calla's boots on the path. There were 7 lanterns at the willow bend. 3 gold, 2 white, 1 blue, and 1 silver. The silver lantern hung furthest from the path, beneath the oldest willow, whose trunk had twisted over many years into the shape of a seated woman with her head bowed kindly. Some said the tree had once been a queen. Some said it had once been a nursemaid. Some said it had always been a tree, and that was wonder enough. Calla lit the gold lanterns first, then the white lanterns by the stream, then the blue lantern by the bench. Last of all, she came to the silver lantern. She did not light it straight away. Silver lanterns were not rushed. She stood beneath the willow and listened. At first, there was only the stream, then the leaves, then a faint sound like glass cooling after being shaped by flame. Calla looked up. The silver lantern was still dark, but inside it, the wick had begun to glow faintly of its own accord. That happened sometimes. A silver lantern did not need lighting every night, only when the wood had something especially tender to hold. Calla opened the flame keeper. The old flame flickered once. She touched it to the wick. The silver lantern filled with a light softer than moonlight and warmer than frost. The willow branches shone, the stream quietened, and a small path appeared on the opposite bank. It had not been there a moment before, or perhaps it had been there and only now wished to be noticed. This was common in the silver wood. Not every path was always open. Some paths waited for the right evening. Some waited for the right traveler. Some waited until a person had stopped trying to find them. Calla looked across the stream at the new path. It was narrow, lined with little white stones and curved gently between 2 hazel trees. At its entrance stood a sign no higher than her knee. The letters were newly visible in the silver light. To the orchard of returning things. Calla breathed out softly. She knew that place, or rather, she knew of it. Everyone who tended the lanterns knew the old names, but not every place opened often. The orchard of returning things had not appeared in her lifetime. Her grandmother had once seen it from a distance, on an evening after heavy rain. Before that, the last path lighter to walk there had been Erendel, whose portrait hung in the lantern hall. Calla did not feel afraid. The silver wood did not open cruel roads, but she did feel a certain stillness gather inside her. The kind that comes when something rare asks for careful attention. She crossed the stream by the stepping stones. Each stone rose just above the water, flat and dry, with a small white moth resting on the center. As Calla stepped near, the moths lifted one by one and drifted ahead of her, not startled, only making room. On the opposite bank, she looked back. The main path remained lit behind her. Gold lanterns, white lanterns, blue lanterns, silver lantern under the willow. Everything steady, everything safe. So she turned towards the orchard of returning things and began to walk. The new path was quieter than the others. The sound of the stream faded after only a few steps. The air grew scented with apple blossom, though apple blossom season had passed weeks ago. Underfoot, the white stones shone faintly. Above, the hazel branches formed a low green tunnel. Calla lowered her lantern pole and carried it by her side. There were no hanging lanterns here. Not yet. But along the edges of the path stood small iron cups on slender posts, each one holding an unlit wick. Ground lanterns. Very old, very delicate. Calla knelt beside the first one. She cleaned the little glass shield with care. Then she opened the flame keeper and lit the wick. A small light bloomed near the ground. Then another cup, a few steps ahead, gently rang. Not like a warning, like a teacup touched by a spoon. Calla smiled. Of course. This path wished to be lit low, not overhead, not from above, but close to the feet, close to the moss, close to the small white stones that made each next step visible. So she moved from cup to cup. Kneel, clean, light, stand, walk. Kneel, clean, light, stand, walk. It was slower work than the hanging lanterns, but it was peaceful. The kind of peaceful that enters through repetition. The kind that gives the mind something simple enough to trust. If the story is beginning to settle around you now, and the day feels a little further away than it did when we began, I am glad. Subscribing to the Sleep Story Collective means you will always have a quiet path back to stories like this whenever the evening feels too full. But for now, let us keep walking with Calla, one small lantern at a time. The path continued beneath the hazel trees. With each ground lantern Calla lit, the air grew a little warmer. Not summer warm, not bright afternoon warm. More like the warmth of a room where someone has kept a fire low for you. After the 12th lantern, the hazel tunnel opened, and Calla stepped into the orchard. It was circular, enclosed by a low wall of pale stone. The trees inside were neither tall nor small. Their branches spread gently outward, each one full of silver leaves and white blossoms. Fruit hung among the blossoms, though not all the fruit was the same. Some trees bore apples, some pears, some small golden plums. Some held glass fruit that glowed from within. Some held objects instead: a child's blue ribbon, a brass thimble, a tiny book with a green cover, a wooden horse with one painted eye, a letter folded into a square, a teaspoon, a wedding glove, a cracked compass, a silver button, a red scarf. Each object hung from a branch by a thread of light, not trapped, not displayed, simply waiting. Calla stood at the edge of the orchard and bowed her head slightly. It felt polite. The trees rustled, though there was no wind. At the center of the orchard stood a round stone table. On the table was a lantern with no glass, only a wick, a brass rim, and a shallow bowl of clear oil. Beside it lay an old map, folded neatly into thirds. Calla walked to the table. The grass beneath her boots was silver green and soft as wool. She looked at the map, but did not open it yet. First, she lit the lantern. The wick caught slowly. A round, calm flame rose, no higher than her thumb. The orchard brightened. The objects in the trees shone gently. And then, from somewhere among the branches, came the sound of someone sighing in relief. Calla did not call out. She knew better than to break a tender spell with too much voice. She waited. The leaves stirred again. Then a small shape moved beneath one of the pear trees. It was a fox, or something like a fox. It had russet fur, white paws, and eyes the color of candle flame. Around its neck was tied a silver ribbon with a tiny bell that made no sound. The fox sat down a few feet from Calla and curled its tail around its paws. For a while, they looked at one another. Then the fox lowered its head towards the folded map. Calla understood. She picked it up. The paper was thick and soft, made from something older than ordinary trees. When she unfolded it, she did not see roads or rivers. She saw names. Not many, only a few, written in ink that glowed faintly. Sorrel of the East Mill, Evo, who keeps bees, Blythe with the blue shawl, Tessa, who forgot her song, the old clockmaker by the west gate, and at the bottom, in letters not yet fully formed, a name that seemed to be deciding whether to appear. Calla waited. The ink gathered itself. The final name became clear. You, who are tired tonight. Calla looked at the name with tenderness. The silver wood did this sometimes. It did not always know the exact names of those who needed it, but it knew tiredness. It knew the shape of a heart that had given too much. It knew the quiet ache of someone who had spent the day being capable. It knew the kind of person who lay down at night and still felt the mind moving, sorting, returning, checking, wondering. And when it did not know what else to call such a person, it called them gently, you, who are tired tonight. The fox rose and walked towards the nearest tree. From one of the lower branches hung the blue ribbon. The fox looked back. Calla followed. As she drew near, she saw that the ribbon was faded at the edges. It had once been bright. Someone had tied it around something precious, perhaps a parcel, perhaps a braid, perhaps a bunch of flowers carried home from a summer fair. Now it hung quietly, waiting to be returned. Calla lifted her lantern pole and touched the brass hook to the thread of light. The ribbon came free and floated down into her hand. The fox gave one silent nod. Then it led her to the stone table. The map had changed. Beside Sorrel of the East Mill, a tiny blue mark now glowed. Calla placed the ribbon on the map. The ribbon sank into the paper like light into water. Far away, somewhere beyond the orchard, someone would soon open a drawer, or turn a corner, or lift an old box from a shelf, and find what they had not known they were ready to find. Not a thing that hurt, not a thing that pulled them backwards, only something small and kind enough to return. That was the work of the Orchard of Returning Things. It did not return everything. It did not bring back what needed to remain past. It did not undo time. It did not reopen wounds. It only returned the gentle things, the safe things, the useful things, the things that could place a little warmth back into someone's hand. A ribbon, a song, a recipe, a lost key, a good memory with the sharpness removed, a feeling of being young enough to wonder, a feeling of being older and still allowed to rest. Calla understood then why the orchard had opened. The silver wood had been collecting tiredness. Not dangerous tiredness, not the kind that belonged to healers or storms. Just the ordinary tiredness that gathers in people who keep going. People who answer one more question. People who remember one more thing. People who make one more meal. People who send one more message. People who hold themselves together so well that others forget they might need holding too. The wood had gathered all of that quiet weariness and decided tonight to return small gentlenesses, one by one, object by object, lantern by lantern. Calla looked up at the orchard trees. There were so many things hanging there. Not heavy, not sad, only waiting. She took a slow breath. Then she said, very softly, "I will light the way." The fox sat beside the stone table. The flame in the open lantern burned steadily, and the orchard listened. She began with the thimble. It hung from a branch of a plum tree, silver and dimpled, no larger than the end of her thumb. When Calla touched the thread with her lantern pole, the thimble dropped into her palm. It was warm. The map glowed. A line appeared beside Blythe with the blue shore. Calla placed the thimble down, and it sank into the paper. Somewhere, perhaps in a cottage with a sloped roof and a window full of geraniums, Blythe would find an old sewing basket she thought had been given away. Inside it, tucked between a spool of cream thread and a folded square of linen, the thimble would be waiting. And perhaps she would sit for a moment. Perhaps she would remember her mother's hands, not with pain, not tonight, only with warmth, only with the feeling of cloth being mended slowly beside a winter fire. Next came the wooden horse. It belonged, the map said, to Ivo, who keeps bees. Calla smiled at that. A beekeeper with a wooden horse. But the silver wood knew what it was doing. The toy was old, its paint rubbed thin along the back, where a small hand had once held it. One wheel was slightly uneven. It made a soft clicking sound as Calla placed it on the map. Click, click, click. Then it faded into gold. Somewhere beyond the wood, a grown man would go out at dawn to check his hives. He would find, on the bench beside the smoker and the folded veil, a small wooden horse he had not seen since childhood. And perhaps, before the bees began their low, golden work, he would laugh. Only once, very quietly, but enough. Then the teaspoon, then the silver button, then the little green book. Each returned through the map, each one carried gently away by the light. Calla did not hurry. The fox did not hurry. The orchard did not hurry. The night was deepening around the silver wood, but inside the orchard, time had become soft and round. The moon rose overhead. Its light poured through the blossoms. The open lantern on the stone table glowed like a small hearth. After a while, Calla took the honey tea from her cloak pocket. It was still warm. The cup had been made by a potter in the southern village, and it held heat kindly. She drank a little. The tea tasted of clover and lemon peel. The fox watched her with polite interest. Calla poured a spoonful into the shallow lid and set it on the grass. The fox sniffed, then drank. Its tiny bell remained silent, but its eyes closed for a moment, as if even foxes of the old orchard sometimes needed sweetness. When they had rested, the fox led Calla towards the far side of the orchard. Here the trees grew closer together. The objects hanging from them were harder to see. Not hidden, only quieter. A folded handkerchief, a dried rose, a pair of spectacles with one arm mended by thread, a music box key, a little pouch of seeds, a candle stub, a piece of blue glass worn smooth by water. At the sight of the blue glass, Calla paused. It was no larger than a coin. Its edges were soft. Its color was the deep blue of evening just before stars appear. The thread of light that held it was very fine, almost invisible. The fox sat down. The orchard seemed to hold its breath. Calla lifted her lantern pole. The hook touched the thread. The blue glass fell into her hand. The map glowed, but no name brightened. Instead, the words at the bottom shone. You, who are tired tonight. Calla looked at the glass, then at the map, then at the fox. The fox only watched, kindly, patiently. The blue glass was cool in her palm, not cold, cool like the underside of a pillow, cool like water in a shaded bowl, cool like the moment after a candle is blown out, when the room is still warm, but the light has lowered. Calla placed it on the map, but it did not sink in. It remained there, a small blue piece of something once broken, now smoothed by time. The map did not change. The fox blinked slowly. Calla understood. Some returned things did not need to travel through the world. Some were returned by being imagined, by being held for a moment in a story, by being placed gently into the hands of someone resting far away, who might never see the silver wood with waking eyes, yet somehow needed what it offered. So Calla lifted the blue glass again. She held it up to the moonlight. It shone softly, and in its shine there was a feeling, not a memory exactly, more like permission. Permission to stop carrying the whole day. Permission to let the unsolved remain unsolved until morning. Permission to be more than useful. Permission to be tender with yourself, not because you have earned it, but because you are alive and tired and human. Calla closed her fingers around the glass. Then she whispered, "May this find the one who needs it." Somewhere outside the story, perhaps very close to where you are now, the room may feel a little quieter, the bed may feel a little steadier, the dark may feel less empty. And if nothing feels different yet, that is all right too. The path is still being lit. The wood is patient. Rest can arrive slowly. Calla placed the blue glass in a small velvet pouch at her belt. The fox stood. The orchard gave a soft rustle, as if approving. There were still many objects hanging in the trees, but Calla knew she was not meant to return them all tonight. A pathlighter did not empty an orchard. A pathlighter lit the way through it. The returning would happen in its own rhythm. Tonight, she had been shown the work. Tomorrow, perhaps, the orchard would open again, or perhaps not for many years. The silver wood had its own timing, and its timing was rarely wrong. The fox walked back to the stone table. There, beside the open lantern, something new had appeared. A small bundle wrapped in cream cloth and tied with gold thread. Calla untied it carefully. Inside was a set of tiny lantern cups, each one made of silver, each no bigger than an acorn. There were 12 in all, ground lanterns, for a path not yet marked. The fox touched one paw to the map. A new line appeared, from the orchard of returning things to the moonwell. Calla looked towards the far wall of the orchard. A gate had appeared there. It was made of pale wood, with a latch shaped like a leaf. Beyond it, she could see another path, narrower than the one before, descending gently between tall grasses silvered with moonlight. The moonwell lay deep within the wood. Not deep in a frightening sense, deep as in inward, deep as in quiet, deep as in the place where sound goes when it wishes to become still. Calla wrapped the lantern cups again and placed them in her satchel. Then she bowed to the orchard. The fox rose and walked beside her. Together, they crossed the grass. The gate opened before Calla touched the latch. Beyond it, the path waited, unlit, soft, ready. Calla took the first tiny lantern cup from the cloth. She set it on a flat stone at the edge of the path. She cleaned the glass with her sleeve, though it was already clear. Then she opened the flame keeper. The old flame glowed patiently. She lit the tiny wick. A silver light spread low over the grass. The path to the moonwell had begun. She stepped forward. The fox followed. Behind them, the orchard of returning things remained bright and quiet. its blossoms holding moonlight, its branches holding patient objects, its central lantern burning with the calm of things that do not need to happen all at once. Ahead, the path curved downward. The night deepened. The silver wood breathed. And Calla, the girl who lit the path, carried the old flame onward. The path from the orchard to the moonwell was unlike the others. It did not wind through thick trees or over bridges. It sloped gently through a meadow hidden inside the wood itself, a meadow that could not be seen from any ordinary path. The grass was long and pale, bending beneath the lightest breath of air. Small night flowers grew there, cup-shaped and white, each holding a drop of dew in its center. When Calla passed, the dew caught the silver glow of the lantern cups and shone like tiny moons laid carefully among the grass. The fox walked beside her without sound. Its paws did not bend the grass. Its tail moved slowly from side to side, brushing the night as though smoothing it. Calla placed the second lantern cup beside a cluster of white flowers. She lit it. Then the third beneath a leaning hawthorn. Then the fourth on a flat stone marked with an old carving of a crescent moon. Each flame was small. Each one seemed almost too delicate to matter. But when Calla looked behind her, she saw the path now shining in a low silver chain. Not bright enough to wake the world, only bright enough to show the next step. And sometimes that was all anyone needed. Not the whole answer, not the whole map, only the next step, kindly lit. The meadow grew quieter as they walked. Even the ordinary sounds of the silver wood faded. No stream, no owl, no lantern chains, only the soft press of Calla's boots, the hush of grass, and the small breath of each flame as it settled into its cup. She placed the fifth lantern, then the sixth, then the seventh. The path curved around a small rise. At the top, Calla stopped. Below her lay the moonwell. It stood in a clearing paved with pale, round stones. At the center was a well made of white marble, though it did not look grand. It looked old, useful, loved. A low wall surrounded it, smooth from countless hands resting there over countless years. Above the well hung no roof, but a circle of branches from the surrounding trees leaned inward, forming a natural crown. From those branches hung hundreds of tiny glass bells. Clear bells, blue bells, silver bells, bells no larger than acorns, bells shaped like pear drops, shells, leaves, and little sleeping birds. They did not move. They did not ring. They simply waited in the moonlight. The moonwell was where the silver wood kept quiet wishes. Not wishes for riches, not wishes for triumph, not wishes that demanded the world become different by morning, only the small, inward wishes people were sometimes too tired to say aloud. May I sleep? May I forgive myself for what I did not finish? May I feel less alone? May tomorrow be kinder? May I remember who I am beneath all this doing? May I wake with a little more room inside me? Those wishes sank into the moonwell like stones into deep water, and the well held them. Not to solve everything, not to promise miracles, only to hold them safely while the person rested. Calla descended the slope. She placed the 8th lantern cup at the entrance to the clearing, the 9th beside the first pale stone, the 10th near an old wooden bucket that hung from the well rope, the 11th under a small rowan tree, and the 12th on the low wall of the well itself. When the final wick was lit, all 12 flames leaned inward towards the water. The glass bells trembled gently. A single note sounded, so soft it was almost not sound at all. Then another, then another. Not music exactly, more like the memory of music. A sound that did not ask to be followed, only received. The fox sat at the edge of the clearing. Calla stepped to the well. The water inside was perfectly still. It reflected the moon above so clearly that it looked as though the moon had lowered herself into the well to rest. Calla drew the blue glass from the velvet pouch. It glowed faintly in her hand. The reflection in the water changed. For a moment, she did not see her own face. She saw many rooms. A room with curtains drawn against streetlight. A room where someone had left a book open beside the bed. A room with a glass of water on a small table. A room with a sleeping dog curled near the door. A room where laundry waited in a basket. A room where a phone had finally been turned face down. A room where someone had done enough, more than enough, and still wondered if they should have done more. Calla held the blue glass over the well. She did not drop it. She simply held it there. The glass bells above her gave one soft shimmer. Then the water spoke. Not in words, not exactly, but Calla understood. The blue glass was not meant to be returned to one person. It was meant to become part of the path, a small piece of permission placed where every tired traveler might pass. She looked back along the lantern trail, from the moonwell to the orchard, from the orchard to the willow bend, from the willow bend to the main path, from the main path to the edge of the wood, a single gentle route lit by care. Calla knelt beside the 12th lantern cup. She pressed the blue glass into the soft earth beside it. The ground accepted it. The silver flame shivered. Then the blue glass began to glow. Not brightly, not like a jewel, like a calm thought, like a cool hand on a warm brow, like the moment when a person finally believes, even for a few seconds, that they are allowed to stop. The glow spread into the earth. It traveled quietly from lantern cup to lantern cup. The 12th, the 11th, the 10th, the 9th, down the slope, across the meadow, back to the orchard gate. Every small flame took on a blue center. Every pool of silver light became a little softer. The path did not grow brighter, it grew kinder. Calla sat on the low wall of the moonwell. For the first time that evening, she allowed herself to rest. The fox came and lay at her feet. Above them, the glass bells settled. The moon held steady in the water. Calla took her honey tea from her pocket and drank the last mouthful. It was only lukewarm now, but still sweet, the kind of sweetness that remains after warmth has faded, the kind of sweetness that does not insist on being noticed. She thought of her grandmother then, not with sadness, with closeness. Her grandmother had taught her the lantern routes when she was small, not all at once, never all at once, only one path at a time. First the eastern path, then the inn road, then the bridge path, then the high path where the wind combed through the trees, then the garden path where the roses leaned towards anyone who walked slowly enough. And finally, when Calla was old enough to understand, the listening lanterns. Her grandmother had once said, "The work is not to defeat the dark. The dark has its own kindness when it is safe. The work is to make sure no one feels abandoned inside it." Calla had remembered that always. Tonight, beside the moonwell, she understood it more deeply. The silver wood did not banish night. It welcomed night gently. It made it readable. It gave night paths, signs, benches, inns, bridges, lanterns, and resting places. It turned darkness from something endless into something held, something shaped, something through which a person could walk slowly, knowing there would be another light ahead. The fox lifted its head. At the far edge of the clearing, one of the glass bells moved. Only one, a small bell shaped like a leaf. It rang once. Then a new lantern appeared between two trees, a rose lantern. Inn or shelter? Calla smiled. The honey inn was calling the path home. She stood slowly. The fox stretched. Together, they left the moonwell by the rose-lit path. This path rose gently, curving through a stand of moon ash trees. Their trunks were pale and smooth, and their leaves shimmered when the air moved. Soon, Calla could smell wood smoke, then warm bread, then lavender soap, then pear jam. The scents came one by one, like someone laying blankets over the night. The path widened, the trees opened, and there, tucked between two low hills, stood the honey inn. It was not large, 3 stories with a roof of dark blue slate and windows glowing amber. A carved bee hung above the door, painted gold. A row of rose lanterns lined the porch. Smoke curled from 2 chimneys. Beside the entrance stood a barrel of walking sticks for guests to borrow, each polished smooth by many hands. There were flower boxes beneath the windows, full of white thyme and sleepy violets. A small fountain murmured in the courtyard, though no one knew where the water came from. It simply appeared there each evening, clear and cool, and vanished again by morning. Calla climbed the porch steps. The door opened before she knocked. Inside stood the innkeeper, Mistress Brindle. She was round-faced, calm-eyed, and always seemed to be wiping her hands on a flour-dusted apron. Her hair was silver and braided over one shoulder. Around her neck hung a green ribbon with a brass key at the end. Not because the inn was locked. The Honey Inn was never locked.
but because every innkeeper should have at least one key, if only to remind the doors that they are loved. Mistress Brindle looked at Calla, then at the fox, then at the faint blue glow still lingering around the hem of Calla's cloak. "The orchard opened," she said softly. Calla nodded. "And the moonwell?" Mistress Brindle's face softened. "Then you need soup." There was no argument with that. In the Silver Wood, when an innkeeper said you needed soup, soup arrived. Calla sat at a small table near the kitchen door. The fox curled beneath her chair as though it had always belonged there. The common room was nearly empty. A traveller in a brown cloak slept with her head on folded arms beside the fire. An old man read a letter by candlelight, smiling every now and then. Two sisters whispered over a chessboard, moving pieces slowly and without much concern for winning. A child slept on a settle beneath a knitted blanket, one hand curled around a wooden spoon. The room was full of the kind of quiet that comes when everyone has agreed, without saying so, to be gentle. Mistress Brindle brought Calla a bowl of leek and barley soup. Beside it, she placed a slice of bread spread with yellow butter. Then a small dish of pear jam. Then, after a moment's thought, a sugared almond for the fox. The fox accepted it with dignity. Calla ate slowly. The soup was warm and simple. The bread was soft inside and crisp at the edge. The butter melted into little golden pools. No one asked her to tell the whole story. No one asked what the orchard had returned. No one demanded the meaning of the blue glass. That was one of the great kindnesses of the Honey Inn. A person could arrive full of something and still be allowed to eat first. After the soup, Mistress Brindle refilled Calla's cup with night tea. This tea was darker than the honey tea from home. It was made with oat straw, apple peel, and a little piece of cinnamon bark. It smelled like cupboards, orchards, and winter blankets stored carefully through summer. Calla wrapped her hands around the cup. The fox slept under the chair. The fire shifted in the hearth. Outside, the rose lanterns glowed through the windows. For a little while, nothing needed to happen. This, too, was part of lighting the path, resting at the inn, letting the warmth come back into the hands, letting the feet stop moving, letting the silence be shared. Calla had once thought duty meant continuing without pause. Her grandmother had corrected her gently. A lantern carried by an empty person flickers badly, she had said. Sit down when the inn offers you a chair. So Calla sat, and the wood continued without needing her to watch every leaf. After a while, Mistress Brindle brought a small tray to the table. On it lay 3 things: a clean cloth, a little pot of lamp oil, and a folded note. The note was sealed with pale wax, stamped with the mark of the bridge of 3 ribbons. Calla opened it. Inside, in neat handwriting, were the words, "The western ribbon has loosened." Nothing more, nothing alarming, nothing urgent, only a message from one keeper to another. Calla finished her tea. She cleaned the rim of her flamekeeper. She thanked Mistress Brindle. Then she stood. The fox opened one eye, considered the matter, and decided to follow. The path from the Honey Inn to the Bridge of 3 Ribbons was one of Calla's favourites. It began beside the inn's kitchen garden, where moonlit cabbages sat in neat rows and bean poles leaned together like quiet friends. Then it passed through a short avenue of cherry trees, then down a soft slope towards the river. There were rose lanterns near the inn, gold lanterns along the slope, and white lanterns by the water. Calla checked each one as she went. Some needed oil, some needed glass wiped clean. One had collected a sleeping moth inside its case, so she opened the little door and let the moth drift out onto her sleeve before lighting the wick again. Small acts, careful acts. The kind of work no one notices when it is done well. The kind of work that makes the whole world feel safer without announcing itself. At the bottom of the slope, the river appeared. It was not wide. It moved slowly between banks of reed and pale stone. The moon lay across it in a long, trembling path. And over it arched the bridge of 3 ribbons. The bridge was made of carved wood, silvered by age and weather. Its railings were smooth. Its steps were shallow. At the center of the bridge, 3 long ribbons hung from a curved beam. 1 blue, 1 green, 1 gold. They were not decorations only. They were old promises. The blue ribbon promised rest to those who crossed feeling weary. The green ribbon promised renewal to those who crossed after a difficult season. The gold ribbon promised guidance to those who did not yet know where they were going. Tonight, as the note had said, the western end of the gold ribbon had loosened. It trailed too low, brushing the railing instead of floating above it. Calla set down her lantern pole. She climbed the small ladder kept beneath the bridge arch. The wood was cool beneath her hands. The river moved below, gentle and steady. The fox sat on the bank and watched. Calla untied the loose end of the gold ribbon. It slipped through her fingers like warm water. She smoothed it carefully. Then she tied it again with 3 knots. 1 for the traveler who knows the way, 1 for the traveler who does not, 1 for the traveler who is learning that not knowing can still be safe. When the final knot was tied, the ribbon lifted on a breeze that did not touch anything else. The gold fabric shimmered once, then settled. The bridge seemed to sigh. Calla climbed down. She lit the 2 white lanterns at the center of the bridge. Their reflections trembled in the river. For a moment, the water below looked like a second sky. The fox stepped onto the bridge and crossed halfway. Then it looked back. Calla followed. At the center, she rested 1 hand on the railing. The river passed beneath. The ribbons moved above. Blue, green, gold. Rest, renewal, guidance. There are some places, even in a gentle story, that seem made for crossing slowly. Not because the other side is better, not because one must leave everything behind, but because crossing reminds the body that change can be quiet. 1 step, then another. No great announcement, no demand to become new all at once. Only the simple act of moving from one side of the river to the other, while the lanterns shine and the water keeps its patient rhythm. Calla crossed the bridge. On the far side, the path divided. Left led to the westward orchard. Right led to the lantern hall. Straight ahead led to the court of sleeping roses. Most nights, Calla would have gone left first.
The westward orchard had many lamps, and orchard folk liked to walk late under the trees. But tonight, the fox touched its nose to the straight path, the court of sleeping roses. Calla looked at the fox. The fox looked back. Then it began walking. Calla followed. The path to the court of sleeping roses was lined with carved wooden posts. Each post held a lantern shaped like a rosebud. They were made of glass so thin that the flame inside looked wrapped in petals. Calla lit them one by one. Pink gold, soft amber, warm pearl. As each rose lantern woke, a faint scent rose into the air. Not strong perfume, only the gentle memory of roses after rain. The path narrowed, the trees lowered their branches, and soon the court appeared. It was a round garden, enclosed by hedges of silver thorn, though the thorns were blunt and soft as wax. Inside grew roses of every pale colour: ivory, blush, cream, moon yellow, faded peach. The flowers were open but sleeping, their petals curved inward slightly, as though each bloom had tucked itself in. At the centre of the court stood a stone chair. No one sat in it. No one had sat in it for many years. It belonged to the first gardener of the Silver Wood, who had discovered that roses, like people, needed a place to sleep without being watched too closely. Calla entered quietly. The fox waited at the gate. Some places preferred only one pair of footsteps. Around the court, small glass jars hung from iron hooks. Each jar contained a glow no larger than a firefly. These were dream moths. Not living moths, not insects at all. Only small pieces of harmless dreamlight gathered from the petals of roses at dawn. They were used to soften the sleep of those who had been restless too long. A jar placed beside a bed would not force sleep. Nothing in the Silver Wood forced anything, but it would remind the room how to become gentle. It would remind the pillow how to cool. It would remind the mind that not every thought needed answering tonight. Calla checked the jars. Most were full, a few were dim. She opened her flame keeper and held it near them. The old flame did not enter the jars. It only warmed the glass. The dream moth glow brightened slowly. One jar, then another, then another. At the seventh jar, Calla paused. Inside was a glow of blue silver, the same color as the piece of glass now resting beside the moonwell path. The jar trembled gently, then settled. Calla lifted it from the hook. On its lid was a tiny label written in handwriting she did not know. For the one who believes rest must be earned. Calla held the jar with both hands. The roses around her gave a soft rustle in their sleep. The stone chair at the center of the court seemed to grow warmer in the moonlight. She carried the jar to the chair and placed it on the seat. Then she stepped back. The glow inside the jar pulsed once. Soft, blue, kind. And Calla felt, as clearly as if someone had spoken, that this jar was not meant to be carried anywhere.
It was meant to remain in the story for anyone listening who needed it. So let it remain here for you, a small jar of blue silver dreamlight, resting on a stone chair in the court of sleeping roses, labeled only with the words, "For the one who believes rest must be earned." You do not need to earn this night. You do not need to earn softness. You do not need to earn the right to be still. You may simply receive it, as the roses receive moonlight, as the river receives the bridge's reflection, as the lantern receives flame, naturally, quietly, without argument. Calla bowed her head to the roses. Then she left the court. The fox stood as she came through the gate. Together they returned to the dividing path. The gold ribbon on the bridge shone behind them. The rose lanterns glowed softly along the way. The night had settled fully now, not heavily, not darkly, fully as a blanket settles when it has been drawn carefully over a sleeping shoulder. The silver wood was awake in its night way. Owls watched from high branches. Mice moved gently under roots. The inns kept their windows warm. The paths held their small flames. And here and there, behind curtains or under trees, travelers began to sleep. Calla could feel it. The wood always softened when sleep entered it. Sounds grew rounder, shadows grew kinder. Even the moon seemed to lower her voice. There remained one final place to visit before Calla could return home: the Lantern Hall. It stood at the heart of the wood, though not exactly in the center. The heart of a place is not always where a map says it should be. Sometimes, the heart is wherever the oldest care has gathered. The Lantern Hall was such a place. The path there was wide and smooth, paved with pale stones that held warmth from days long past. On either side stood tall trees with trunks wrapped in thin bands of copper. Each band was engraved with the name of a pathlighter. Some names were old enough that no one knew how to say them correctly anymore. Some were fresh. Calla's grandmother's name was on the 17th tree. Erindle's name was on the 3rd. Calla's own name was not there yet. Names were not added when a person began the work, only when the wood itself decided they had learned how to carry light without needing to own it. Calla was in no hurry for her name. The work mattered more than the copper band. At last, the Lantern Hall appeared between the trees. It was built from pale stone, round and low, with a roof of blue tiles that shimmered like water under moonlight. Its windows were tall and narrow. Its door was made of carved oak. Above the door hung a lantern larger than any other in the wood. It had 12 sides and glass of 12 colors: gold for path, blue for rest, green for garden, white for water, rose for shelter, silver for listening, amber for memory, violet for quiet dreams, pearl for forgiveness, honey for welcome, copper for courage, and clear glass for the things that need no name. Calla stood before the great lantern. Every evening it was lit last, not because it guided travelers, most never came this deep, but because all the smaller lanterns in the silver wood remembered it. When the great lantern was lit, the night's work was complete. Calla opened the flame keeper. The old flame rose higher than before. She touched it to the central wick. The great lantern filled slowly, one color at a time. Gold, blue, green, white, rose, silver, amber, violet, pearl, honey, copper, clear. The colors did not compete. They moved together. They warmed the stone. They entered the windows. They spread through the branches. And all across the silver wood, every lantern answered with the smallest flicker, as if saying, "Yes, we are here. We are lit. The way is kept." Calla entered the hall. Inside it was quiet and circular. The walls were lined with portraits of those who had carried the flame before her. Erendel, with her bright eyes and strong hands. Old Merit, with his heavy cloak and crooked smile. Rilla of the Western Gate, who had once invented the blue resting lanterns after finding too many travelers pretending not to be tired. Beren, who had built the first bench niche. Calla's grandmother, wearing the same silver clasp that now fastened Calla's cloak. Each portrait was softly lit by a little lamp beneath it. Not one flame flickered. Not one face looked stern. This was not a hall of judgment. It was a hall of continuity. A place that said, others carried the light before you. Others will carry it after you. You are not alone in the work. At the center of the hall stood a round table. On it lay the master map of the silver wood. It was large, painted on linen, and held beneath a sheet of glass. Every path appeared there. The ordinary paths, the inn paths, the bridge paths, the orchard paths, the listening paths, the paths that opened only when needed. Tonight, 2 new silver lines shone on the map. One from the Willow Bend to the Orchard of Returning Things, one from the orchard to the Moonwell. And beside the Moonwell, almost too small to see, glowed a blue mark. The blue glass. Permission. Set into the path. Calla rested her hand gently over that part of the map. The glass beneath her palm was warm. The fox leapt lightly onto a chair and curled there as though it had done so for centuries. Perhaps it had. Calla was learning not to ask the Silverwood questions too quickly. Some answers arrived only when they had been left alone long enough. She looked at her grandmother's portrait. For a moment, the painted eyes seemed almost alive. Not in a startling way, only in the way memory can warm a room. Calla heard her grandmother's voice in her mind. The work is not to defeat the dark. The work is to make sure no one feels abandoned inside it. Calla smiled. Then she took the flamekeeper from her belt and placed it on the table. The old flame settled. Small, steady, ready for tomorrow. Outside the hall, the silver wood rested in its own glow. The Honey Inn held its sleepers. The bridge of 3 ribbons moved softly above the river. The court of sleeping roses guarded its jar of blue silver dreamlight. The Moonwell held quiet wishes. The orchard of returning things waited with its patient branches.
And all along the paths, lanterns shone, not loudly, not brilliantly, just enough. Enough to mark the way, enough to soften the unknown, enough to let a tired traveler walk without fear, enough to let someone rest before every question had been answered. Calla sat beside the table for a while. She removed her boots and placed them neatly beneath the chair. She rubbed one thumb over the edge of the silver clasp at her throat. The fox slept. The portraits watched with their calm, painted kindness. The great lantern outside continued to glow through the colored windows, filling the hall with slow-moving shades of gold, blue, green, rose, and pearl. Calla felt the tiredness of the evening enter her at last. Not the hard tiredness that makes a person feel emptied, a good tiredness. The tiredness of work completed with care. The tiredness of steps taken slowly. The tiredness of knowing that the path behind you is lit. She closed her eyes for only a moment, and in that moment, she saw the whole silver wood as if from above, the cottage at the edge of the meadow, the first lantern beside the sign, "This way is gentle," the resting niche with the blue light and the seed cake basket, the willow bend and its silver lantern, the hidden orchard, the moon well, the honey inn, the bridge, the rose court, the lantern hall. Every place connected by threads of light, a whole world of small kindnesses, a whole night held together by quiet care. When she opened her eyes, the fox was awake. It had climbed onto the table without a sound. Beside the flamekeeper, it had placed something small, a bell. The silent bell from its own silver ribbon. Calla looked at the fox. The fox looked back. Then, very carefully, it lowered its head and nudged the bell towards her. Calla picked it up. It was light as a seed, cool at first, then warm. The fox turned and leapt down from the table. At the door, it looked back once. Then it passed into the night. Not leaving, not exactly, only returning to whatever part of the wood had lent it to the evening. Calla carried the bell outside. The great lantern glowed above her. She stood beneath it and tied the tiny bell to the lowest part of the lantern chain. It did not ring, but the moment she tied the knot, every lantern in the silver wood grew a shade softer. The blue in their centers deepened, the gold warmed, the white calmed. The rose lights became gentler at the windows of the inn. The silver lantern at Willow Bend shone like a quiet thought. The new path to the moonwell rested low in the grass. The whole wood seemed to understand. This bell was for those who were too tired to ask for guidance, those who did not know how to name what they needed, those who only knew they could not keep carrying quite so much. They would not have to ring it. They would not have to speak. The lanterns would know. The path would know. The silver wood would know. Calla stood beneath the great lantern for a long moment. Then she whispered, "The way is kept." The words traveled out through the trees, not loudly, not like a spell thrown into the air, more like a blanket being spread. The way is kept. The benches are ready. The inns are warm. The bridges are steady. The roses are sleeping. The well is holding. The lanterns are lit. And now, having done all that needed doing,
Calla began the walk home. She did not take the hidden paths. She took the ordinary one, the familiar one, past the trees with copper names, past the turn to the rose court, past the bridge where the gold ribbon floated perfectly again, past the Honey Inn where Mistress Brindle had left a covered parcel on the porch. Inside was a heel of bread, a small pot of pear jam, and a note that read, "For morning." Calla placed it carefully in her satchel. She walked on, past the willow bend, past the resting niche, past the carved map, past the archway of birches, past each lantern she had lit at dusk. Now they were all burning steadily. She did not need to adjust them. She only needed to pass through their light. At last, she reached the first lantern, the one beside the sign. "This way is gentle." The meadow lay beyond. Her cottage waited with dark windows and a roof silvered by moonlight. Calla stood beneath the lantern and looked back into the wood. The path behind her curved away between the trees, every flame steady, every sign readable, every resting place prepared. She felt the quiet satisfaction of care completed. Then she crossed the meadow. Inside the cottage, the air was cool and familiar. Calla set down her lantern pole. She hung her cloak on its peg. She placed the flamekeeper in its little iron cradle beside the hearth, where it would rest until evening came again. She removed the parcel from Mistress Brindle and set it on the kitchen table. "For morning." The words pleased her. Morning did not need to be solved tonight. It only needed bread and pear jam waiting under a cloth. That was enough. Calla washed her cup. She folded the cloth from her pocket and laid it beside the sink. She checked the door latch. She did not check it twice. The house knew how to hold itself. The wood knew how to hold the night. And Calla, at last, could be held too. She climbed the narrow stairs to her bedroom. The room was small and calm. A bed beneath the window, a quilt stitched in shades of blue and cream, a chair, a washstand, a shelf of old books, a little bowl of lavender beside the lamp. Through the window, she could see the edge of the silver wood. Only the first lantern was visible from here. It glowed beside the sign, a small, pear-shaped light. Steady, kind, enough. Calla changed into her nightdress. She braided her hair loosely. She opened the window by a hand's width so the cool green scent of the wood could enter. Then she slipped beneath the quilt. For a few moments she listened. The house settling, the trees breathing, the faint, far murmur of the stream, the little world beyond her room continuing in peace. Her eyes grew heavy. The first lantern blurred softly through the window. She thought of the blue glass by the moonwell. She thought of the jar of dreamlight in the court of sleeping roses. She thought of the bell tied beneath the great lantern. Then she let every thought become smaller, softer, further away. The silver wood remained. That is the comfort of it. Even when Calla slept, the lanterns continued to burn. Even when the travelers rested, the signs remained clear. Even when no one was walking, the path was still there, waiting without impatience, ready without demand, kind without needing to be seen. And perhaps, somewhere in the quiet of your own room, a small part of that path is glowing now. Not because you have to follow it, not because sleep must happen quickly, only because it is there. A soft line through the night, a little permission, a gentle way forward. You can leave the day here. You can let the unsolved things wait outside the lantern light. You can let your body become heavy. You can let your thoughts grow slow. You can rest before everything is finished. You can be cared for without explaining why you need it. In the silver wood, the first lantern still burns beside the sign. This way is gentle. The resting niche is ready. The blue dreamlight waits among the roses. The moonwell holds what is too tender to carry. The honey inn keeps one warm window lit. The bridge of 3 ribbons stands steady above the river, and Calla sleeps beneath her blue and cream quilt, knowing the path has been lit. If tonight felt like a good night to return to, subscribing to the SleepStory Collective keeps this quiet door open, so a new world can be waiting whenever you need one. There is no hurry now. Only the wood, only the lanterns, only the soft silver path. Good night. Sleep well.